Greetings, mortals, and welcome back.
This stuff. What are we doing? We are copying the link. That's what we're doing. How's it going? It should be illegal for air conditioners to stop working. And because things are illegal, they can't happen. That's the way that the law works. A fun fact. So if we just make it illegal for air conditioners to not work, then air conditioners will always work. And that would be great, because it sucks to not have working air conditioning. Boom. Enforcement is not a thing that you need to worry about. That's just... Things just happen because we say they happen. That's how it goes. So, we have put the link up. We already installed the update. We have the thing on the thing. We are going to burn some maps. By which I mean we're definitely burning one map. We might be burning multiple maps. We'll see whether we burn through multiple maps today. We will see what we do after we finish this one. It will partially depend on how it goes. So, we have cleared out Were we on danger? No, we were not danger, we were on dungeon, yeah? So we were on dungeon. We're at 43%. We need to kill the birds upstairs because the last time they decided to come kill me and it made me sad. So... you need to switch to nothing, actually. Actually, no, you can stay on life drain. It doesn't matter if you waste a little bit of mana. So something just hit for 31k. Was that a fire blast? Yes, that was a fire blast, so... that's convenient. I'm now realizing I can't just sit on life drain because I'm going to need the mana once things progress to a certain point. So, nothing too crazy needs to happen here. We're just plowing through these. These ones down here we will deal with when we deal with them. And we can pull these as well. Okay, I think that we're not going to be hitting... yeah, we did hit the shot. I'll fight you when I fight you. That's so true. When I get around to it, they will die. It does look like the boss is over here. Oh? We just hit for 43k. Whoa! Okay.
Ready.
Okay, we need to swap
Ready.
to healing.
Ready.
If we have them on the weak heal, I believe that between the two of them, they'll have enough mana regen to maintain. That's the thought process. We'll see how it goes. So, everything should go fine here. We have a couple enemies in this corner that we are apparently able to hit from here. So, if we're able to hit them all from here with any degree of consistency with our rock blasts, then we should be able to just get this whole pack finished. And looks like we aren't going to have to kill... I didn't notice that somebody gone into this corner. But there's one random one that was in that corner. Are we not? You seem to not be hitting now. Oh, come on. Are we running into the angle problem? Oh, no. We're running into that rock blast error. Fuck me. This is a bug that... Why is this bug started cropping up so readily? It shouldn't matter. If we're standing right here, it looks like they just move into that corner. At which point we can hit them? We're not hitting them. There we go. We're hitting the reflector now. We weren't hitting it before, but we've got the toxic clouds and the rock blast hitting the reflector now. Once the reflector's down, I think we'll have that entire room dead. Okay, I'm gonna wait for my monitor regen before we start up again. For the boss, the bulk of our damage is coming from our percent-based damage for the beginning. But we do have multiple people who are able to do it at the same time, which is pretty good. So that increases the rate at which we clear through this by a fairly considerable margin. Well, it's a bit debatable, actually. I don't know why we were getting killed so quickly there. Did we just get a lot of... I think maybe... Okay, it's... Part of the problem there... Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, I don't know why we spontaneously have stopped being able to keep up with the DPS, but... Like, we're clearly not keeping up with it in the way that we need to. Okay, the Reflecting Raven is dead. With that being the case, we no longer need either of you to be
ready
doing that. And we can clear through these now. Okay, those are set. We now are at 57%. And we don't get into the green here, which is fine. Can I hit you from here?
Haven't seen one before.
Can I get...
Ready to use. Haven't seen one before.
Now.
Okay. There is a Master of the Sword in this room. We have rock elementals and things like that. We are going to use Rock Blast.
Ready.
Fuck! I'm gonna kill myself. I hit the enter button when I was trying to switch over to shift. Sad times. Sad times. I needed to switch my hand over to my mouse. And because you can't consistently hit spacebar. So, for whatever reason, they're not all leaking in here at once, which is what I would have preferred for. I'm going to swap them onto the heals immediately.
Ready.
We do need to clear these. God, was that rough. Would I have been better off? Maybe I'm better off clearing this and then going for the dragon room. I don't know that it makes a huge difference, if we're being honest. Man. This is with me on double speed? Jeez. 40k, let's go. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't remember Friday perfectly. So I'm going to have to deal with not knowing what is necessarily the safest route. You know what I should probably do to clear those is probably just use Implosion. I can just use Implosion. Without too much concern. I just don't have to worry about it, really. There's multiple ravens and things here. Okay. Unfortunately, the thing that we didn't pull is the thing that's going to be the most of pain in the ass that I didn't pull. We need to grab this. Unfortunately, we can't do the dragons. We established that these can leak while I'm fighting the dragons. We could try it anyway. Was I standing like here? That means that we do have the Master of the Sword to deal with. I didn't hit the button. Okay. It's fine. Okay.
Ready to use. Never seen one before.
So let's just blow through all of our mana here. Those are standing all in the same spot for right now.
Never seen one before. I've never seen one before.
Not worry about it. And if we burn through these, once this gets a little bit lower, we can finish it off with the immolation, the implosions rather, and then
Want some?
there we go. Now, that was interesting. We could see them out there. So that is unfortunate because we just moved them.
Beats me. I've never seen one before. I've never
This
seen
is an
one before.
alarming position for them to be in, honestly. I do not like to see that. So let's cast a rock blast and see if we can hit them. It looks like we can hit them from here. I think we just hit something with immolation oil, which is kind of funny. The bowman behind us. Everything should go pretty smoothly here, I think. I don't think we're hitting anywhere near the whole pack right now, unfortunately. Thing in the front is blocking line of sight to the rest. You did it. So we don't need to worry about you. So I believe clearing this room will get the job done. If it doesn't get the job done, that's fine. We can get the job done by clearing out some of the archers. And then we just have to walk out that door, which is definitely not going to be dangerous at all. It's not like the archers can shoot us while we go through their kill score. We are hitting somebody. I don't know who we're hitting. Monsters are weakened, can no longer resurrect. So we keep holding the button down. We're going to keep attacking this pack until we stop hitting it. And then we will walk out the door. Okay, we're not actually consistently hitting anything there. So, what the fuck was that? Is that a does that do something that I didn't realize? Is that...
You see, it was a mistake.
So that was what I was going to do. I was not intending to run into that room at all. And I'm going to check something once we've got this done. F3 is auto run? For some reason. I'm going to go ahead and disable that. Because that is not good for me. Look, Ma, no hands. I've never hit F3 before, I don't think. And didn't realize that it was hotkeyed to something crazy. So that could have been bad. That was fine. Okay, anyway, we are going to invis. We're going to pop right back in here. We are going to look over here. We're going to stand right over here. And our hope okay, that's very rude of me, so look, this is not a game where one would need auto run. So unfortunately, yeah, unfortunately we have to deal with the rest of this pack. We'll clear out this pack. Once we've got this pack cleared out, we can move on. But yeah, the arc mode aspect of it is having that button on at all, in my opinion. Having a button that's right next to the thing that would allow you to disable double speed be a thing that makes you start moving uncontrollably forward until you actively disable it is a very, very funny... That's a very funny position to put auto run. It's literally one key over from turning off double speed. Because it's easy to think like, oh yeah, it's one key over from turning on double speed, but it's also one key over from turning it off. So, like, the situation where you're like, oh shit, I should turn off double speed, is the situation where it goes, ah, hello. Welcome to Auto Run City, where we run forward. Nothing bad ever happens here. This is all fine. Okay, we're not hitting anybody now because I moved a little bit. Is that 20 down something? Alright. So, we should be able to finish off the rest of this pack fairly quickly here. Once we do, we're going to go save again. And believe that might be everybody in that room. So let's go. This one is, I believe, no, it's no longer in position. All right, since it's no longer in position, we're just going to
Let's get out of here.
leave. We'll save the game under danger. We're going to do it again, actually. Save the game under danger while we're invis and facing the door, which is good behavior. And now that we're not in as dangerous a position in the broader scale, I'm kind of curious if we can get you stuck in a position where I can shoot you with more people. Not sure why I'm running into more survivability now. Than I was before. In theory, I should have less because I'm doing more damage that needs to be healed up. No, okay, there's definitely something going weird when this gets lower in HP. As its HP drops down...
Never seen one before.
...toward critical, I'm dealing more self-damage. I'm noticing. Not with you. Does reflecting not work on Flame Blast? It seems to be working. It's just not as impactful. Look how much damage I'm doing there. There might be a bug in the way that the self-damage is being calculated for this. I wonder which direction the bug is going. It's possible that I should be taking damage more akin to this the entire time. And it's possible that I'm taking extra damage for some reason as it gets low. Either one of those is possible. I just don't know which one it is. But I do feel like I'm very clearly taking extra damage when I get low. Like I was able to just burn through its HP no problem for that whole time, and then as I start to get it low, I start hitting from myself for about. I think I'm hitting myself for about twice as much per hit toward the end there. So we can open this. Before we do, we should open this up here. So, unfortunately, when we're doing this, it does mean that we need to do that. Alright. So, swap to implosion. I think implosion is the only thing that we have. It's going to be super consistent here. Shrapnel through this. Alright, if I just do this, this will make this go a lot faster. Rock Spirit. Rock Beast, rather. Okay, so with this pack cleared, we will be pretty much good to go. We have a rook over there that we need to clear. I'm concerned that it's gonna unleash itself from that corner, but that's fine. I'm not going to worry about it. If it does unleash itself from the corner and I die, then feel free to laugh at me.
Okay.
If it doesn't unleash itself from the corner and I die anyway, you can laugh harder at me. Yeah, okay, give me a second. I need to close the door. I have a coat hanger with a towel on it that's right behind my ring light. So I can't see it very clearly, but I can see it out of the corner of my eye, and it just spooked the shit out of me. It doesn't look much like a person unless it's in incredibly dim lighting while I've got a light flashing in my eye, and it's in the very, corner of my vision in a very specific place. However, in those very specific circumstances, it's quite spooky, actually. There's a very specific set of circumstances where it is, in fact, pretty spoopy. Alright. So that, do that, do that, and do that. Okay, so we can invis our way in again, just to make sure that we don't get killed by the archers here. I don't think we will get killed by the archers here, but you never know. Okay, so we are going to cast a rock blast. Okay. This is a raven. Wait, no. I just realized I didn't have this open. Okay, interesting. Can I kill you before you reach me? No, I can't actually. Okay. I think we might go with the cowards play here. Did they get? It looks like they got stuck in that corner. As long as they're approaching me and fail to reach me, they'll eventually get stuck in a pillar. We have 3 more that need to get stuck in a pillar for me to be able to just walk outside. Can I hit all of you? Yes, I can hit more than one with this. So worth casting.
I've never seen one before. Ready.
Worth it for you. I don't think it's worth it to cast the switch over from implosion necessarily. Okay, we have 2 that. Nope. We have 2 that walked into that room and then decided, nah, we don't need to actually get closer. We can go back out again. There we go. There's one coming on to us. I think it got stuck in the wall over there. No, it's not stuck where I want it to be. I have no guarantee that that's going to stay stuck there. Okay, if it's still stuck there after I've hit it several times, it's probably going to be stuck there for a while.
Haven't seen one before.
So... Alright, so we're able to hit for a decent amount there.
Ready.
Okay, we're just going to put on double speed. We're going to wait for our mana to regen. And then we're going to start infernoing this trio of enemies. We're not necessarily going to hit all of them consistently. And if the other 2 do get out here, there we go. Did you get stuck somewhere? Where the hell did you go? Are you above me? Where are you? There you are. Okay, we got you stuck as well. Well, okay, you got yourself stuck, but I'm gonna take anyway. Let's pretend that I did something of value here. Pretend that I was involved.
I don't
Okay,
know it.
that one is somewhere. Is there anybody who's not walked in somewhere? I didn't really see where that other one went. Okay, do we live life dangerously and go out there?
Beats me. Beats me.
I think we do. I think it'll be more fun that way. That's a concern. Don't like seeing that one bit. Don't like that one bit. Did we get you stuck? Did I say I don't like that one bit? I meant I love that every bit. That's the words that I was intending to say. Is definitely not going to bite us in the ass. Right, we need to swap you to
It's set.
this. You, I think, are on the right thing. You're on the right track.
Ready to use.
This, you need to drag this.
Okay.
Okay, you do need to get healed, actually, so...
Okay.
Why are you healing them? It's probably fine. There's probably... I could probably move safely here to get myself a little further away.
Haven't seen one before.
That's fine. So we're going to clear out this pack. Once we've cleared them out. I think we might just have the archers left at this point. So, if we're down to just the archers, then, which I don't think we are. I think there's probably more in that room. But let's see if we can go to this room and save. We cannot. So we'll just teleport outside using telekinesis port. Get that done. And now we invis again. Save the game under danger. We'll pop right back in here. And we're now at 92%. So I'm going to try and fail to do that successfully. It's fine, we didn't take any hits there. So this is the thing. There isn't anybody in here. Okay, I will once again fail to do the thing that I'm intending to do. Okay, what I'm looking for here is a position where they don't move. Okay, I can't hit them with projectiles. So we switch to implosion, get the kill this way, then we walk up to the next one and kill that one. It's very funny because these kill boxes here are a very cool idea. They're very thematically appropriate. But because of the way that the game works, they don't work too well. I think they work better in Might and Magic 7 in the sense that I think they actually try to hit you through these. In 8, they're blocking line of sight in a way that I don't think they do in the 7 version. But I'm not gonna worry about it too much. So our goal right now is just to clear these out.
We got it.
And once we've done that, we can move on to the next dungeon. So we'll see how much EXP we've gotten from here. I haven't really paid any attention or checked, because I kind of want to just see once we've got it done. Takes a while to get through those, but that's okay. I think it makes most sense to just walk outside. We've cleared half of these, and now we can save the game and, importantly, just get our mana back in preparation for the next set. Having Soul Drinker is going to really dramatically improve how quickly we can do stuff like this, I think. We're still, like... we're still on our way up in terms of, like, getting full access to the tools that we want. We haven't capped out in terms of the fundamental toolkit, which is kind of interesting because, again, with like the melees, to a large degree, I start out with the same toolkit that I end with. My characters get stronger, but they don't really change that much in their fundamental toolkit because I just disallow all the toolkit. The characters get new tools, and I don't let them use them. I think I'm probably going to allow myself to use the melee range Death Knight spells if I use a Death Knight in a future run. Because I'm kind of curious, because one of them's an AoE, and I think that it would be fun to have access to an AoE. The only issue is that I am concerned that doing so will dramatically improve my quality of life. We wouldn't want something crazy like that, you know? You were being very rude right now. Do you know that? Can I move to a position where you... What do you mean?
I don't know.
Give me this bullshit with spell fail. It's right here. So, we should be able to clear out this last archer, and then we'll have this dungeon cleared. We'll have all the EXP from this dungeon, and we can take a look at how our bolster situation looks. We're never finishing Might and Magic 7. We've cleared the dungeon. Mission successful. We are in the green. So, we have about 9 levels worth of experience, which is pretty dang good. We are blocked for a long while again from coming back to Might and Magic 7, which is good and healthy. Who needs to progress Might and Magic 7's plot, right? And we can go over here, grab these. Grab this one. Okay. Okay, I don't know how I opened that from where I was standing, but that's okay. We don't need to worry about it. We got another special cutlass. We can go over here.
I have too much. I have...
How much money are we making? We've got 300 grand, and spells are going to be much cheaper now that we have GM thingamahoo's it.
I have too much.
No.
No room. There isn't any room.
Okay. We can pop down here. And now things get real exciting as we start looting all the dragons. Not that it makes that big of a difference, because, you know, dragons, non-dragons, they all drop the same shit anyway. The one disadvantage of Maw and the loot system is that you don't have that, like, ooh, that's a Minotaur King that has the potential to drop an Axe of Darkness, which is a thing that's unique to, you know, that basically. You don't have like unique loot potential, which is simultaneously good and bad. You know, like it's a mixed bag. It's nice to be able to get valuable stuff off of any enemy, but it's also nice to be like, that right there is a Minotaur King. You know what that means. Got a relic crossbow. I wonder what item slot that goes in. Let's see here. You're not supposed to tell me it's our crossbow. You're just supposed to say relic, so we leave it a mystery which item we've picked up. Okay, I wonder what item that is. Certainly didn't read the description on it as I was hovering over it with my mouse. This chest is not looting for some reason. What? Huh. Ah, okay, this is the chest that the quest items in, I guess. And it just, the chest just doesn't open, I guess. Okay, we're gonna jump here. Jump over here. Okay. You can technically take damage from that trap, but it's always been very inconsistent whether you're gonna get hit with it. I think I've been hit with it on several occasions before, but it mostly just scares the crap out of me. It usually doesn't actually hit me. Alright.
No room.
Because I think even in vanilla, it's pretty deadly in theory. Right? Like, in theory, I think it's very deadly. If it, like, hits you with a couple of the projectiles, I think killing you is a very high probability. But... Alright. We have a very nice haul. Save the game. Can fail to jump over the trap. Did we loot the chests up here? We presumably did. Right? Yep. So, I think we are good to go. We've finished up this place. We can save the game. And...
This is good.
we have a garbage bow. Sword we don't need. Regen HP. And plus 13 meditation. That's actually pretty solid. We have Long Seeker. Plus 8 bow skill. Accuracy 95. So nothing super impressive on this front.
This item's weak.
Yeah, that's pretty true. 169 required.
We don't need it.
It is interesting how
This
low
item's
level all the gear that we're finding in these places are. Wait. Do y'all think, hypothetically, the highest... I found in the previous thing, the map that we found before, the highest level item that dropped was 220 something. I think the maps are supposed to start dropping around level 200. Like, there's supposed to be level 200 maps, and on Insanity, the lowest level map is level 350 instead, or whatever, right? Do we think that the enemy levels are being overridden, but the loot level is still 200? I think that might be what's happening.
Jump.
Because all of this stuff is a required level below level 200. I thought it... Whoa, Jesus. That's a really solid piece for us in, 80 levels. Because we haven't seen anything that approaches a required level
This is good.
equal to the level of the dungeon. And I don't know if that's intentional, where as you get to higher level dungeons, the required level is no longer like situated around the level of the enemies. I'll have to check some of the enemies that are closer to my own level. We got Zokar's Tomb as the next map that we found. Yeah, this is a pretty clutch set of finds, actually. Oh, let's see here. Like, these have very, very high values on them. And you need... This actually gives me a huge power boost. The Hell Aura is labeled incorrectly, it looks like. So it doesn't look like we can equip that anyway, because it's a thinger-only weapon, but it's Dark Elf required. So we have Regenerate plus 13 Meditation. And a bunch of speed. With this, which gives us endurance and earth magic, I think we had... Okay, this is a necklace. That gives us 11 air. This gives 20 earth. What is our current earth? Earth is plus 15. So it would overcap us a little. I don't know that that's necessarily worth it. It could be, because we are using a lot of rock blasts. This has 5 air magic on it. We gotta be able to replace that, right? Oh, man. I'm sweating so much right now. Let's see. We are eligible for high enough level that we can equip some of this stuff.
Need some training?
If we can figure out where we can actually train. Because I thought that Tatalia was a fairly high level area to train in. So... equip... I found a spear or something, right? Did I not find a... I did not. Alright. There we go. Okay, we got... like a lieutenant's cutlass somewhere. Where did I put it? There it is.
Worthless. Leave it.
Ugh. So, that's fine. Okay. Did I not pick up another? I'm not going to worry about it. We're going to pop out of here. And we are going to... We don't have shops in here yet. We need to go to a trainer. To go train. And easiest place to do that is probably Enroth. I can probably train in Blackshire. I might need to go to Iron Fist. I think Iron Fist is higher level than Blackshire.
How about some training? Okay, 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 okay.
Okay, so we have leveled up a bunch of times, and you can't get GM in any of these things. I think I basically don't need to worry about that. Let's see. Ascension, we can get up to Mastery at will. God, I'm so sweaty. I'm covered in fucking sweat. It's so funny. Do we... Let's get this to GM. I think that that's appropriate. We should get this to GM as well. And you can't get GM. I think... Do we just keep pumping light for now? I'm gonna keep pumping light for now. You have Grandmaster Meditation. Do I want to pump Ascension a bit? You have Life Drain at Ascension level 2. If I were to pump that by 1, doesn't change. There we go. We got it to Ascension level 3. This pumps its cost to 147. And means that I can just dump points into it from here to get it higher. That should be a reasonable thing to do. You, I think, can just keep pumping Dragon ability. At some point, maybe we put points into bodybuilding for Cassowary. Cassowary is going to eventually struggle to stay up as, like, my death threshold for this character is almost the same as for Cassowary, but Cassowary does have much higher resists by default, so it's probably fine. I don't probably need to worry about it. Let's see here. You are doing your thing. You're doing your thing. Everybody's spent their points. We don't have ID Monster GM. I'm trying to remember where the trainer was. They weren't in Paradise Valley, were they? I think that I checked Paradise Valley and it wasn't there. Let's cast Fly.
Fine. Good, huh?
Good, huh? Save the game. I don't need to save under danger. We're not in danger anymore. We can save under caster save. Let's see. Because I feel like I I feel like I found the person. Where they were in the inn, I think. I think it's that they are here, they're in the inn, not the training facility. I believe someone already looked this up for me last time.
Pleased to see you.
It was GM Dragon that's here. Alright, well, SS...
Back for another lesson?
Same shit, different day. Okay. GM Identify Monster is done. The thing that I was thinking of was Dragon, not Identify Monster. Okay, and we already resolved that. So, we have Earth GM available. We can just tag that. We can tag Meditation Master. I think those are both in the same place. I think Ascension Master is here. I think that it makes sense for everybody to learn. Oh my god. That's real funny. We don't have enough money for this, but that's okay. I didn't expect to immediately run out of thinger. Did Google tell you that Identify Monster is a skill in Might and Magic 8 that does some stupid bullshit from the Final Fantasy series or something? In Might and Magic 8, Identify Monster is a spell that allows you to identify key traits about a monster, including its, its resistances and immunities and da-da-da-da-da. It's accessible by sorcerers, wizards, and other arcane casters. I don't think there's an Identify Monster spell in Dungeons and Dragons, but that's the closest I can come up to for like a thing that has something similar to that. It turns out it just transliterates it from Identify Monster into Identify Item. So it just gives you the spell description for Identify Item and pretends that is in Might and Magic. Okay. So, in terms of weapons, are we one level away from using this? I think we are. We're exactly one level away from using this. That's fun. Unfortunately, I don't think we found anything incredibly useful. Because we don't have any daggers, which would be the thing that we would really want. But that's okay. We're looking for daggers so that we can throw them in the offhand. Okay, this is alchemy. We're holding on to this.
Come back soon.
Prehistoric sized vegetables. So like shitty tiny vegetables? Right? Like before cultivation by humans, like most
I have too much.
like edible plants, the edible portion of the plant was way smaller.
No room. I have too much.
Have you ever wanted a crappier, less tasty, and smaller version of what you already have? Well, I stole it from you. So what are you gonna do about it?
There isn't any room.
Oh right, yeah, because you can use AI imagery to just completely fake a thing. Like how all the all the right-wing accounts are making AI images of Los Angeles burning to the ground because of rioting, when they weren't paying any attention when Los Angeles was actually burning to the ground because of the fires. We live in wonderful times that are... Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Speaking of daggers, we hit the right level. So... That's really funny. Is this like checking us like switching to physical or something? Oh, you don't have a magic... That's why. That's why the values were looking so weird. Okay, I understand now. Okay, let's make sure that everybody has a spell equipped, so that the game isn't confused about what kind of a run we're doing. Okay, so the time has come to get this going for Raven, I believe. I think we're going to make this for Raven. Leech restores mana instead of HP, but at half effect. Though I do wonder... There's no way that this would affect the life drain spell, right? Doesn't matter. Either way, we're going to find out. So, we're going to pump this dagger up. Where is our business? They're right here. So, we're going to need a couple of scouring pearls. And we are going to need one Misty Mist thing. If we can find it. And it's in a different type of inventory, I think. Okay, it should be around here. So we have the eye here. Do we have our glass? Get it? Hourglass. Teehee. Okay, anyway. There it is. Okay, so we've got our Hourglass of Creation. We can slap this here. What did I put this? Okay, we put this here. So, we only have one Hourglass and one eye right now. So, that's unfortunate, but that's okay. Speed is a perfectly fine stat to have, and I would like to maybe have my secondary stat be luck on this. I'm honestly happy with most stats. I would kind of prefer not to have intellect or personality, because that's more limiting in terms of who can equip it. Eventually, we're going to have this legendary effect on everyone, at which point the distinction between those stats is less important. Honestly, in theory, I don't even need to remove the might, but we would still only be getting 75% of the value, so I think that it doesn't matter. It's worth it to do. These are expensive resources to a degree, but they're not so expensive that it's not worth doing. So, what we're doing right now is we're removing a random effect. We saved before we started because we don't know which effect is going to come off. We're going to save under cast or nonsense. You'll see that we have armor class plus 62 as the effect from this. We're just going to get ourselves over to figure out what is going to give us the ability to boost here. It should be this inventory. So we can put them in here, and we'll just use whatever the weakest gem we can on this is. The reason being that armor class plus 62 is not what we're looking for, and we can change it to something better. Really? Even as a legendary? Okay. I was sure that the sun thing would be powerful enough, but apparently not. All right, we put this in here. So we now have earth resistance. That's not what we're looking for, and we've reached the limit. HP, not what we're looking for. Body resistance, not what we're looking for. Endurance, not what we're looking for. We're looking for probably luck. I'm happy with speed again. Double speed, I'll take it. So we are going to plop this back in here, and we will do this. So what we've basically done is we have taken the might, removed that off of the thing, and replaced it with speed. So now we have double speed coming out of this item, and that's all well and good. However, we are not quite done yet. We also have a secondary effect that adds to blah, 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 to fire damage. So what we're going to do is we're just going to do this, and it immediately worked. That's excellent. However, this electrical damage is not what we're looking for. So we're going to go ahead and throw this back in here, and we're going to re-roll this a few times. Now, we do have this. This is a fairly powerful weapon, which means that it's a little bit harder to re-roll it to exactly what we want. I think we take this rather than do the spell leech. No, we want this. We need the spell leech on this item. We don't want this item to be reliant on the main hand to supply the leech. So this will need to be improved, and that's easy enough to do. We won't be able to equip this if we boost the level of it again, though. So that's the wrong effect. We're going to have to take this down a different chain, I think. So if we reapply that effect, it's going to be way too high level for us to use. So let's reload this. We're going to... so the setup there is going to be fairly consistent. From this file, we can very casually get to that boost that we saw before. The other thing is, though, that we could just maintain it with this item, honestly. So we could have it paired with this weapon, but if we do that, then it's not as we can't just like swap it around as much as we want. And yeah, so I think I do want it to have the other effect on. So, what was the other thing that I was going to do to make this change? Yes, we can use a Ascension Ore item on it. Where's the Ascension Crystals? So, the thing is that if we change what type of item it is from the current item to a different item type, by doing this, we have a different set of things to roll through. So that didn't give us what we needed. So if we add the effect back on, it might be too high level. We'll see. We're going to load this up. So we can just do that twice instead of once. We just take the same Ascension Crystal, which was somewhere in my inventory. There it is. And we just use 2 of them to rotate this here and then rotate this here. So now we have a slightly different effect on. We have a different effect. Do the same thing again, apparently. Load the game. And this allows you to just sort of like cycle through the randomness without needing to go completely crazy with the RNG. This does increase the level requirement of the item, so there's no guarantee that... Okay, we need to reload back to caster save, I think. Because I tried to do this with too little stuff remaining. So... I think what we want to do here is actually do the Scour, purge both effects off. Okay, that one is purged off immediately, and we immediately have access to a thing. I'm going to save under caster nonsense. And then we will do this, and that got rid of the speed, which is not the thing we want to get rid of. This is how I should have done this the first time, but I didn't, so... Okay, we're now in a position where we can see both sides of the effect at once. And we can do this right from the start. So... my goal right now is to prioritize getting the spell darkness effect. Can I use this? I don't think I use that before. Luck and meditation. We're basically just looking through to see... Doesn't look like there's going to be an easy fix there, which is unfortunate. This thing is probably going to be slightly too high level for us to use. But that's okay. Whoops, it's inventory. What's this inventory? Cold, fire, meditation, endurance, plus 38 all stats, 38 all stats again. Okay, so we're going to use 2 Ascension Emeralds this time. We are not getting the effect that we're looking to get here very easily. Okay, I didn't actually check what it started with, which is very silly of me, but I think that it's starting with the same thing each time. And there is a fair degree of stickiness to some of these. There's a lot of things that seem to be getting the same effect repeatedly. Just for shits and giggles, I will throw one of these. One of these. One of these. Okay, so this is the top it can get. We have quite a few options for this, so it's not a big deal that we haven't found a routing that's working yet. Oops. So, oh, we can use one of these. Yes. Okay, so that... doesn't. Okay. That's a no again. Man, we're really struggling to get the effect that we're looking for here. Boom, 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 boom. We're gonna be. This is gonna be a little too high level when we do this. I don't know if switching it up is going to have an impact or not. But we'll see. I don't remember if it does, but it might. Wait. Okay, so this starts out at this point with the spell damage thing if we want. Okay, I don't know why the effect is disappearing like that. Okay. But you can see that we are getting new things continuously. It's just a matter of getting things going where we want them to be. The other thing is that we can also improve the other side of the speed, but the other side of the speed is going to be much higher level. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, I guess. So this is the highest tier that this is going to get. That's drain HP from the target, but not the right type of drain. Okay, we have once again gotten that effect. But this is a weapon that has the Leech Legendary built in. It needs to have... Oh my god. There's no setup here without using control cubes. I don't think. Let's see here. If we do this, and we pump... I think I'm going to pump the item once, and then I'm going to use this. I don't know if we can move it to a new RNG by doing this, or if it's just going to give us the same cycle it gave us. I think that this is the same cycle that this item already had. I'm not seeing anything that looks like totally new, but I don't remember the exact layout of this version of the item. So let's load it up. Okay. I believe that using the control cubes is just going to increase the location on the list by 1. Like, it's not going to fundamentally change anything. So that's the point where I could get speed. I wonder if getting the speed effect will get the job done. Let's try that. So move you to here. That's the wrong item. Okay, we got the speed. So we will apply the speed, and then I don't know how that influences the other side of this. We have the ability to get that. Hey, Doja Cat. This is, not wanting to exist. You know, I've never actually crafted an item with this if affix before. Can anyone confirm that this affix is possible to get from crafting? Because I know that I think that some enchants you can't craft, maybe? Like, you can't get... you can't get, like, Arms Master increases, I think, through crafting. That's a good question. What is it called? Is it Liches? It's the spell drain hit point from target and increased spell speed. I'm looking to get that affix onto this weapon, and I've been pumping the shit out of this thing and haven't managed to land on that affix. Though that being said, we do have another one of these. Maybe we do just allow it to be... I really do not like the idea of making this with the whatever that effect is, this spellcastery Ascension affix. I would. It's possible that it's just really rare in the seed gen. It's also possible that it's not in the seed gen. I think that Malekith said that Arms Mastery wasn't possible to craft onto stuff at some point. They might have changed that. It might be that everything is possible now. But I think there were some affixes that you could not craft into an item before. Or like you had to get the item randomly with it. But that would have been like a year ago. So I don't know. So I don't know that that's still the case. That there's anything. Is there a way to make this permanent again? Because it's annoying that I have to quit it. Let's see. How do we want to handle this? We don't have the... It's such a high-level weapon that we don't really have the ability to tinker with it as much as we'd like to. I guess we could craft some higher-level gems than the diamonds if we wanted. The alternative is that we just accept the fact that we have two of these. Yeah, you know what? We should just accept it. It's fine. So it's very cheap and easy. I believe we just have to like pump this normally, right? And if we do this, and then follow it up with this, did this? Yes, this gets us straight to this affix, and then we just finish the craft, and now we have a legendary Dwarven Dagger of Ascension with a required level of 159. I think this is the play. I would prefer to have the leech effect on this item, but I have multiple daggers that have these effects on them already. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to make this setup for somebody. Who is it going to be? This is pretty good already, except it's really not. Unfortunately, you're not really the person who would benefit the most from that. The person who would benefit the most is you, but you have a staff. I could give the staff to you, but I don't even know if this would be an upgrade for you. We could just throw this into your offhand, which would be kind of funny. To give... You know what? Let's do it. We're going to give this to you for your offhand for now. And we will work on this... Yeah, well, right. We don't have another hourglass. So once we get another hourglass, we will add maybe another int to this. We'll see, and we will worry about it from there. We're going to just save over caster save. It's fine. We can make it work. Let's see, does this... Alright, we are going to see how things go. We have a bunch of stuff to sell, maybe? Do we have... We have so many, like, legendaries sitting in our inventory. Well, we finished the first map already. The Mercenary Map we finished up, and that's why we're out here. Let's see, where are we supposed to be in terms of area? We're supposed to be in Might and Magic 6. I mean, we hypothetically could do another map if we wanted. I don't know which ones of these would be reasonable to do. Tomb of Earthwork the Mad is probably not unreasonable to do. Because we can just kill everything at the tops of the elevators, in theory. Monsters have a 40% chance to cast Fireball. Never mind, we cannot do this. That's not going to be feasible. The Silver Helm, we may be able to theoretically do. Freehaven Sewers, probably can't do. Emerald Island might be doable. Just because there's only like a tiny segment of space for it. Can I leave Emerald Island? If I go here, can I leave? Wait, why are the peasants hostile? The peasants are hostile? That's funny. Why are the peasants hostile? And what the hell is this? Why are you here? Why did you start in the water? Why are you all hostile? Oh, shit. Hello. Look how much damage this thing is doing to itself. You're gonna kill yourself, buddy. The peasants are level 350, I think. We'll check. Give me a second.
I think we can take it.
Yeah, they're 324. So we have an issue here, and I think it's a fairly considerable one, right? I'm not allowed to kill random civilians. And I can't believe that that thing killed it. I really need to come up with the next melee run that I do is actually, like, unironically, we are doing a thinger run. We have to do a damage reflection run where, like, where we have just ungodly amounts of reflect going on, because it's too funny having the enemies just hit me for such a huge amount of their max HP. I don't know that how well it's gonna work. But oh, hello. Because I feel like part of the reason that these things are killing themselves so fast is because I don't have any mitigation myself. I could be wrong there. I don't know whether the damage output the enemies deal to themselves is pre or post mitigation. So so I don't know if it's pre or post mitigation, but we'll see. Okay, I don't think I'm going to be able to do that map right now, just because I'm not gonna want to kill any of the peasants. So at the very least, I'm not going to be able to complete the map. And there's no way to get back to Emerald Island if I don't complete it. So if I use this map, the map's gone for good. I'm not replacing this map with a new map. But do I need to replace the map with a new map? Not necessarily, right? We can try to make this happen. Just for shits and giggles. Just prevent us from going to Might and Magic 7 for the entire game, basically. That's fine. Who needs to go back to Might and Magic 7 ever? Certainly not us. Alright, we have a guard here. Oh, right, the damage reflection. Oh, right. Ooh. That is nasty, actually. Holy shit, that's way more damage than I was expecting to take. You did, but I didn't realize that that was why I was dying so horribly. 10% doesn't feel like that much. Or rather, 10% doesn't sound like that much, but 10% definitely feels like a lot. It don't sound like a lot, but it sure do feel like it. It sure do feel like a lot.
Ready to use. Never seen one before.
Jesus, Kisori just killed themselves.
Beats me.
That is amazing. Through the preservation. Do we want to do this? It's such a tiny map, we might as well, right? Like, it just, for shits and giggles, we can do this. It'll be fine. We can cast this. I can actually cast Blades, maybe, and just spam Blades to not do magic damage with this character. And then I don't need to do that because I can just cast Levitate. I just pop over here. Well, there's not a lot of maps that I'm able to do, actually. I think this might be the only one that I could conceivably finish, and I wouldn't be finishing the map, but I'd be finishing what I'm willing to do with the map, which is, you know, what we're looking for, really. So... Okay, we need to just throw some heals out. How did I hurt myself so badly there? Now I think about it. Jesus. Okay, we got one guard down. You know, the other thing that's very funny now that I think about it is the peasants aren't even like helpless. Like, if I tried to kill these peasants, they'd be roughly as dangerous as the guards, because the primary threat to me is killing myself on the reflection. That's the primary threat. So, from a practical perspective here... So do you... That's not right. I hit for 35,000, so how did I take 13,000? I was at full HP. This is wrong. Okay, so give me a second. I can't load danger. I need to load caster save. Because I need to look at the map. Okay. One moment. I'm going to do a bug report here. Let's find out if it's consistently 50%. So, which one were we on? Danger. Time to test. Wait, did I not save after killing the first one? So that did... Oh, it's just 50%. It's lying. Okay. So... I would have to go glacially slow, yeah. If it's only 10%, it's not that big a deal. With 50%, the issue is that Cassowary... The reason that I was able to kill that first enemy is actually because Cassowary didn't crit once. So if Cassowary gets a single crit, they will hit for 35,000 damage. They will take 18,000 damage and die instantaneously, right? So... Yeah, Cassowary is too strong, but also that's clearly like this. I don't know if this is wrong here. Like I don't know what's causing it. I'm gonna take a look, actually. Let's check. I'm gonna check my other characters. I'm gonna check if somebody who does a different damage type is running into the same issue. Because that should be easy enough to do. So you have 2,800. You just hit for how much? I didn't see how much I hit for. How much damage did I hit for? I guess I can't check with them, because no, I can't check with you. So we have to remove this. Okay, now we can check with you. That's 1,400. How much damage did we do to us? I didn't check. I have 500. 1,400. Okay, that's not doing. That's not doing. What did that do? 700 there? Is that what? Is that how much damage I did?
No,
There isn't any room.
Okay, so we know we have 2,000 baseline. So whatever we drop to, we can subtract from that baseline. We did 1,200 damage, which dealt 200 to us. So that's 20%.
Never seen one before.
That was a crit, I think. We're doing 20% damage to ourselves with that. That's all reasonable. Okay, that crit didn't do it. That did 10%. That... Okay, I think... I don't think it's pain reflection. I think it might be the dragon's baseline attack. So, if I hit somebody with a fire blast, that does nothing. And if I shoot with the base attack, it's definitely hitting me for about 50%. That seems pretty consistent. So give me a second to check Fire Blast again. We're going to check the exact values there. So we're at 5,400. That was 8,000. That only did 5%. See. Well, it's not just the dragon that's weird. The enemies shouldn't be hitting me for 20% with Toxic Cloud. I should be taking 10% with Toxic Cloud, but I'm taking... It's 2,600. And I took... Wait. Well, that time I took, like, 50%. Right? Okay. Yeah, the reflect damage is definitely wonky. Huh. Yeah, there's a huge amount of inconsistency to how much damage that we're taking. I was hoping that I could find like a specific like, okay, this is yes, we are not going to be able to do that map without doing it quickly. I just wanted to, when I'm making a bug report, I want to be able to report as much information as I can, like very easily and casually.
Ready to train?
Let's see. So next on our agenda is what? Let's head to the place we're supposed to be. And head over to the islands over here. Do I want to... I don't want to go to another... Do I have all the quests turned on? We've already beaten the Warlord. We need to turn that quest in. So let's turn that in. Definitely. Oh, I guess that would be where one of the orbs is, isn't it? Huh. Yeah. Well, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. I think it'll go fine. It's not like they have like lightning bolts and shit that they can cast. It's not like
Temper, Lord of the West and foremost knight of the realm.
Okay. You're not scared of the Warlord, are you? I'm not actually. I just lost this discharge papers. Did I lose his discharge papers? Like, actually, though? Uh-oh. Where are the discharge papers? They're not one of these. Did I forget to loot the discharge papers? They're there. Okay, I got 'em.
Duke Osric Temper, Lord of the West and foremost knight of the realm.
Okay. Perfectamundo. Wait. No. No. I'm being trolled. That's not a thing that happens. Enemies don't know implosion. They're not going to be able to hit me from anywhere they want for no reason. That's not going to happen. It's not possible. This is not the world we live in. It's not, no. I do know. I know exactly. I know all of the things. And the things that I know is that that's not possible. That's not a world state that we exist within. Nor does anybody exist within that world state because it's not real. It's fiction. It is a lie meant to spread FUD. Crypto bros. I know the terms. I watched the Dan Olsen video. I watched it. I know what's going on.
Pleased to see you.
Bro's cooked? More like bro is cooking. Bro is frickin' cooking, am I right? I'm definitely right. Would you please allow me to go?
Pleased to see you. Have a nice night.
Can I please go to this place?
Welcome
There we go.
aboard.
We got there. Never say what? That I'm cooking?
Welcome aboard the flag and hoist the sails.
It's a very normal expression. It's a very normal expression, I think. I could be wrong. It might not be. Is it a normal expression? Oh my god. Ill-infested waters, I can't fly in.
Welcome aboard the flag and hoist the sails.
I know all the stuff. I know all the terms. I can speak Singlish. I can speak internet. I can code switch with the best of them. Code switch is not really like that's not a slang term. That's just like a term for a thing. To not code switch? Ha. Really, man? Can't code switch, man? Can. My Singlish is terrible, by the way. This is actually very funny because this is the exact response that my friends have whenever well, not my friends, but my acquaintances, my Singaporean acquaintances, people who I know, like, who are like, you know, like kind of friends of friends or whatever. That's how they respond whenever I start speaking in Singlish. They're like, wait, what? No. Where is this coming from? Why is this happening? Astro Kitty cannot save you.
Yes, we've done it.
Where got such thing? That was deliberately bad, by the way. That wasn't. That wasn't incidentally bad. Okay, so you can't leave the ground for some reason? Once you get on the ground, you can't leave it? Oh, you know what I need to do? Considering that I have a vampire, maybe I should cast Levitate. Yeah, really, I don't come from, like, a particularly specific, like, regional dialect. My childhood was way too much like a military brat's, which I guess I'm not a military brat, so I can't say that, but I just said it. It's fine. I'm not using it derogatorily. That's just what I... That's just the term that I keep hearing. Not bros cooking. So, as a result of that, like, I've just picked up a bunch of random, like, stuff from random, portions of my life. From random languages and random nonsense. The Nabra's cooking, though. I think when I was a kid, I actually used, like, Bahamian slang a decent bit. Without realizing it. Yeah, like I've got a very mixed sort of like regional dialect as a result of traveling around a lot, both as a kid and as an adult. And kind of just like never really acclimating. I've never really gone local anywhere that I've ever lived. Gone native anywhere I've ever lived. Like when I moved to Minnesota, I didn't start talking like a Minnesotan.
I have too much.
Like I picked up some of the stuff from there, but I didn't pick up a ton of it. So. And when I was in Florida, I didn't really pick up too much of the, like, the sort of, like, localisms, right? I don't tend to pick up localisms in a consistent way, and that's a concern that I just saved while I was getting shot at.
Yes, we've done it.
I guess I should probably lure these onto the ground, onto the shore, so that I can make sure that I get any items they drop, which means that I should be flying right now. Okay, we barely got out of there. It is very funny how, like, it's how almost universally, like, all, like, American culture derives from, like, AAVE and just, like, African Americans generally. It's like, whether you're talking about, like, music trends, or whether you're talking about, like, linguistic trends, or whether you're talking about, like, I don't know, peanut butter, like, it was all created by black people. God, what's it? I'm trying to remember that guy's name.
Got it.
The guy who invented peanut butter. At least the like sort of modern variant of peanut butter. Let's see.
Ready.
I do not remember. Okay. It's fine. It's all going great. I definitely love having to deal with a bunch of flying ranged attackers and sea serpents without the ability to fly. I love that for me. It makes my life very nice and convenient and not horrifying at all. Walk right into the... Oh my god. Oh, this is gonna be a nightmare. Okay. The really funny thing is, like, Hasware is gonna do, like, all of the damage. Because if it takes more than, like, one shot to kill the enemies, I'm almost certainly just gonna fall over dead, so nobody else's damage matters. Pretty all or nothing right now. Please don't fall in the water. Are you still alive? Jesus Christ. There we go. Let's prove ourselves wrong immediately when we say things. Bum, ba-da-bum. Oh, that's Starburst? I don't think I've ever seen Starburst cast using the MMA dungeon. It doesn't look quite like that in the Might and Magic 6 engine, I don't think. Or in Might and Magic 7 engine, for that matter. Like, I think that's more, like, yellow. It looked different than I expected. Okay, we've cleared a decent number of these goddamn birds. Okay, we fire blast those to death. We've got the dungeon, we've got the zone 13% cleared. We're making good, fast, coherent progress. Okay, there we go. There we go.
No room.
And for the record, I can't code switch. I do not have the capacity to do that. I did not learn how to code switch as a kid. I've picked up a lot of
There isn't any room.
linguistic idiosyncrasies over the years, but I can't swap between like coherent Singlish and coherent like South Florida like ways of speaking, and I can't swap between the different styles. Code switching is not a thing that I've ever had to learn how to do to any meaningful degree. I mean, one could argue that my life would be a lot easier if I had learned how to do it. I mean, to be sure. So, never had to learn is maybe not quite correct, but it's relatively correct. It's not the consequences for not learning how to code switch were never that severe, you know? In part because I'm a hermit, so I don't really give a shit if people are... I don't have to fit in. I just need to have a couple of people behind me and I'm fine. I never need to fit into a group. Because it's like, well, why would I want to be a part of a group? Groups involve a lot of people, and people are gross and boring.
Ready.
Fuck that noise. You're telling me if I learn to mimic the ways of speaking of these people, they'll add me to their group and want to spend more time with me? Well, shit. Let's make sure I don't do that. Wait. Let's make sure that never happens. Don't want to be involved in that whole deal. That sounds like a thing we should avoid. Let's see. I don't think that's the thing though. Like I don't revert to things under stress. I just revert to things just generally because I'm not really targeting my speech toward the current company. I'm not really code switching. Like when you're code switching, like you're actually changing the way that you talk according to the current company. I guess I code switch a little bit when I talk to some of the Americans in my life.
No room.
But like not really a lot, honestly. Like I've never been good at it. I just don't care enough to bother. So for me, like some people won't see certain sides of my mannerisms very much because they won't have like a reason to, because I'm not prompted to do it by the conversations that I'm having in their presence, if that makes any sense. Like, people aren't going to see me... I don't usually start randomly talking in Singlish. I'll respond to Singlish in kind sometimes, right? But, like, that's not a thing that you're normally just going to see me, like, jumping into, outside, like, of a few expressions that I'll just pop into.
One stop. Next.
So some people won't really see a lot of that. But, like, I don't even have the ability to separate the different, the different verbal tics to where they come from, to a large degree. Like, I know where some portions of my vocabulary come from, but I don't know where it all comes from. A bunch of it is just like from somewhere. At some point, I picked up this term. It's like, did I pick this up in Florida? Did I pick up in the Bahamas? Did I pick it up in Singapore? Like, just don't know. I also, and some stuff I've just picked up online. I've picked up a decent amount of lingo in random online spaces, and I've just made up a bunch of my own terms as well. So, you know, it is what it is. And what it is a bunch of abominations murdering the shit out of me over and over and over again for the rest of time, seemingly. Okay. What? That's my target. We picked the exact target who will just fall straight into the water if we hit them. Love that for me. I think the other was far enough toward me to not die. I would think it was like standing here, which it wouldn't have made the corpse disappear. Yeah, I've never even really had to code switch much with my parents. See, imagine the life we could live if we were all witches. See? We could all just be fully... That was an adamantite? And it died that fast?
There isn't any room.
We're getting stronger.
There isn't any room.
I think we're getting a little bit stronger, y'all. We're getting stronger.
No room. No room. No room. No room.
Okay. So we're at least on an island now. You know, maybe I should dodge the attacks instead of letting them just hit me in the face. I think that might be a good option. You know what? Never mind. We don't even need to dodge. What we need to do is just run straight at them and hit them with a crit from our dragon. And if we don't crit with our dragon, just reload. This is the way. That's a big issue. We have something coming from the left already. I keep accidentally saving when I've pulled some critter from over there. Not over there, I think in the ocean. It is pretty funny because, like, there's different portions of my life where I've done different things, and it was very interesting recently. I went to the Sentosa, which is like a kind of like a resort island here, and we just went to the beach, and we were at the beach at night, which like fully activated my just like beach bum history. Because like at its core, like I'm kind of just a beach bum. It's which is weird because I don't spend any time near the water anymore. But like I spent a good portion of my childhood on the beach, and that is the place that I am most comfortable is just hanging out on the beach. Later, Celestial. And it was interesting, like, recently being like, oh, yes. If you just give me a beach, I am a happy, happy critter. This is rough. The way that these move is also very, very painful. I think what we're going to do is we're going to save here. We're going to dive this pack. And it moved before the attack went off. There we go. So what we're basically looking to do here is separate from each other. Need to get the save off. I think that's the boss over there. So let's make this save happen. And yeah, I spend almost all of my time indoors, but and you know, on computers and shit. But like, I prefer to have no device on me and no clothes on me for that matter, and just have like, okay, I'm in my swimsuit, and I guess maybe I have some flip-flops somewhere, and maybe I don't, but like, I'm at the beach being a beach bum, and that is delightful. And I do live on a tropical island. You'd think that I'd take advantage of that more. Unfortunately, I live pretty far away from the good beaches. And look, none of the beaches are great, okay? It's a tiny island. Like, the Sentosa beach is fine. Right? Like, it's fine. It's nothing amazing. It's a tiny island. By which I mean, Sentosa is a tiny island. Singapore is also a tiny island. Technically, Singapore has several tiny islands, one of which is slightly less tiny than the others, but... the beaches here are fairly mediocre. But, you can't go, like, body surfing and stuff like that here very easily, because there's just no... there's no beaches that really have, like, an access to the ocean, because they're more like coves. Like, the Sentosa beach is in, like, a cove. I guess, like, hypothetically, you could go to the others. You could go onto, like, the little islands on the other side, and maybe on the other side of that there's something, but I don't think you're allowed to swim over there. I think you're supposed to be in the little... oh, jeez. In the little segmented area. I don't know if the other side of those islands is, like, an even beach. I would imagine probably not. The beaches here, I don't know how much of them are, like... I don't know how much of that sand is natural. And how much of it was just put there. Alright. So, this is hopefully gonna die fast. And it did. Alright, we're all good. All good. We're at 33%. Save the game.
No room.
Yes, we've done it.
Concerned about the position of that one. All gold. We got there. Is that a 78k crit on that one? Okay. I mean, I'll take it. Okay, so save the game. We're at 36%.
I have too much. I have no room.
Okay. Where are you? There. Ooh. I guess I should have probably gone to see if I could pick up a spirit magic trainer, or not if I could have picked up Spirit Lash. I don't think that I can realistically get these into range, and I am quite lazy, so I am not going to worry about the fact that I am not going to get the items that they drop, and we're just going to hope they don't drop anything too important. If we get an Oracle Orb dropped into the sea, I'm going to be very sad. It has happened to me. I think it happened to me on my first run.
It is down. It is down.
It is down. Okay, we're at 40%. We only have a few more of the abominations left. Okay. Easy peasy. 41%. Save the game. Don't have to dodge any attacks. I mean, we don't have to really dodge any attacks. Ugh, no problem. Should all go fairly smoothly. Oh shit. Aggro a bunch of extras from different packs entirely, which complicates my life a bit. Okay. We can save the game. We can pop over here.
It is down.
Who wants some?
Wait. Do the items go in... Wait. Do the items go into my thing now if they drop in the ocean? Where'd that control cube come from? Did they make... Did they make it so that the items that drop off of the sea monsters go into your inventory instead? That's crazy good. Because they don't have bodies, so like even if you kill them on the shore, they don't have a body, but they can still drop crafting materials, and they actually drop crafting materials at a higher rate because that's a broodlord. Oh my god, we're gonna be here a while. They drop crafting materials at a higher rate because of the fact that they don't have a body to loot. So.
It is down.
Wait, are you stationary? I think that might have been stationary. Like maybe it was too big to move? Or something? I don't know. It's interesting. I'm curious what the HP multiplier is of the broodlings. I don't think they get full boss HP. Because I don't think the first set of broodlings have the same amount of HP that the boss itself does. I should probably go save rather than continue trying to do this. Fuck. Okay. Okay. Fine. We got lucky in who they tagged with that hit. Let's see. We can save the game. We can pop over here. These are all on the same axis, roughly. Okay, save the game. No problem. Oh shit, where did that come from? Was it you? Did you move into a position where that happened? I need to recast levitate as well. It's gonna last for 32 hours or something crazy like that. Okay, so cleared those. 3 hours per point of skill. So this will last for how many days? 3 days, 20. Okay, yeah. So never mind. We don't have to recast levitate anymore. Levitate now lasts for longer than I can. Yeah, we're getting the control cubes just deposited in our inventory. This is amazing. Okay. Oh, baby, look at that. That's a scouring pearl. Love it. Love to see it. It is also funny because I keep seeing their projectiles and thinking that they're control cubes for some reason. They don't even look that much like control cubes, but for whatever reason, like they're a different color, a different shape, and just we just lost the scouring pearl. That's too bad. So like they're very different, but for whatever reason, I keep. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe we didn't lose the scouring pearl because that was the same enemy dropping that control cube.
It is down.
No, we did lose it because that's what dropped the scouring pearl just now. Okay. And each one that we kill of these actually is permanently just dead. It's not going to spawn. It's not going to make my life harder. It makes my life easier. So I'm not a huge fan of what I've done here. Okay, we got another control cube. Let's go. Okay. 47% completed. We have 2 more Broodling Terrors, so we've cleared a third of one enemy. Okay, that one's toast. I am actually going to fly away, I think. Just because we got the control cube, we should save the fact that we got it. Yeah, it's perfectly reasonable. Didn't kill ourselves there. We could easily have, but we did not. All good. All good. Okay, that one's toast. We're one step closer. Alright, so once we've cleared this thing, we can work on way longer to kill than expected. Okay, so that one's toast. We now have, what, 5 of these left? So we have 5 of these, so there's a total of 20 enemies left to kill. I can do my arithmetic. See here. I need to figure out. I need to figure out how derivatives are related to tangents, because I don't remember the sine, cosine, and tangent shit at all. Like, it's some geometry shit that I don't care about, right? But unfortunately, it seems that they're in some way related to derivatives, which is a thing that I do care about because slopes are interesting, right? So I need to figure it out. The problem is that I can't read math anymore. Like, I was never super good at reading, like, mathematical notation because I just didn't have a. So you don't take that many years of math, it turns out. You know? Like, it's just not that many years of math. I still remember that when I was in college, I took, like, calculus, and it didn't count as a credit toward the business degree that I eventually swapped to. For no apparent reason. I don't know why I decided that it was a good idea to switch to being a business major out of programming, like, halfway through my thinger. It was a very strange and, like, incoherent choice. I don't know, like, where I got the idea that that would be a sensible thing to do, but I did.
Who wants some?
Or did I go the other way? Maybe I went the other way. No, I think I went. I don't know which direction I went. It doesn't really matter. But I have like half a business degree and half a programming degree. So if you think about it, I have a degree. I have exactly one degree. What is a degree in? Well, okay, wait. So it's not a degree in a thing, actually. For being very technical, I don't have a piece of paper that says that I have a degree. What I have is a bunch of course credits that didn't end up translating into anything useful. Yeah, I have no idea why business was a thing that I studied in school. I don't hate that I did it. Like, the accounting classes were interesting. The economics classes were not that interesting, honestly. The economics classes were... The kind of economics they teach business majors is not robust, shall we say. It's like the kind of shit that you need to, like... It's the kind of shit you need to believe to think that your business degree qualifies you to do something. To think that your business degree qualifies you to make economic decisions in a business, as opposed to the kind of degree that you would need to, like, actually do the decision making in a business. Which would involve way more complicated math, but would also make it so that nobody who runs a business, because they're all just random fail sons, would be able to mutually communicate with you. The business degree's economics is there to allow you to communicate with the fail sons of random rich people who are inevitably going to be your boss. Either because they own the company, or because they're the CEO of the company. So it's like a, it's more of a, communications thing than a robust schooling on economics. A lot of really basic supply and demand curves that don't really survive first encounter with the real world, but which, make you feel very, confident on the internet that you know what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah, so the economics classes were not that interesting. They didn't have anything particularly interesting, but the accounting classes did. Like, the accounting classes introduced like a lot of interesting like concepts that get really wonky and end up getting like abused heavily in practice, but which are legitimately interesting concepts without needing to be like, they're not exclusively there as like money laundering schemes. It's just that they are one of the means by which money is, laundered in weird ways. So basically, like, the idea of like the depreciation of an asset over time, and how like it's inappropriate to basically like budget as if like the new like oven that you bought that you're gonna have for 10 years comes out of this year's budget. That's kind of a ridiculous way to treat your accounting, because certain years your accounts are just going to go crazy because you replaced a heavy piece of machinery that's going to last you 20 years, right? So as a result of that, there's like a bunch of like complicated, they're not that complicated. All the arithmetic in accounting is pretty simple, actually. It's pretty simple and straightforward, at least the stuff that I was getting into in my early classes. The accounting isn't that complex. It's just, it's just interesting and sometimes counterintuitive. Ooh, that right there means that we can make that item if we survive the rest of this fight. So let's make a habit of, let's go save, huh? Whew. So anyway, so the depreciation of assets and stuff like that, where it's like, okay, well, we've taken on this asset, and then like, how you split up the cost of the asset over multiple years and stuff like that, and like learning about that makes it easier to comprehend some of the conversations that you have. Like, if you ever talk to, someone who is a director of a company, for instance, about the shenanigans that go on with their accounting, you can understand how, like, oh, okay, so you're doing some weird shit to manipulate your stock price by moving around how you calculate the depreciation of assets and how you calculate, like, okay, you can selectively choose to include these costs into this year's analysis, right? So you can just choose, well, rather than treat this as an expense over the course of the next 5 years, we can treat this as an expense just today because we want our numbers to be lower this year, because next year we're not expecting anything big to help with our growth, and investors like really nice smooth growth curves. speaking of derivatives, they like those smooth growth curves. They don't like big spikes. They don't like weird stuff. So like the reason that a company would, as an example, buy an entire department, a bunch of computers that they did not ask for and do not need, makes sense because they actually benefit from the shaping their accounting in a specific way. And sometimes that involves actually purchasing stuff that you don't really need. Right? And sometimes it involves purchasing stuff that you do need at some point, right? Like you separating the choice to purchase some computers that a department doesn't need from the choice to buy some computers because the department will eventually need them, and it just makes sense to do it now because it's convenient. Like, which of these is a legitimate, accounting practice and which of them is not? And the answer is they're kind of both fully, just legitimate to a degree. Like, there's nothing illegitimate necessarily about it. It's just it's more of like the thing they're trying to maximize for, which is making a nice smooth curve for the investors. That part is illegitimate. That's not how companies should be run. It's how they should be run according to the incentive structures that we've created for companies, right? I've talked before about how corporations don't care about profit, they care about investment, right? Like, investors have all the money in the world right now. Consumers don't have any money. So you don't make money by selling products. That's an incidental component of what your company does. Mostly what your company does is accumulate capital. But anyways, it's interesting. I felt like the accounting stuff in college felt way more valuable than the economic stuff. The economic stuff really did feel more like people make jokes about physicists and their frictionless vacuums and stuff like that. It's like, okay, so we have a cow. Now, what if we just assume that cow is a sphere? Right? Like, people make jokes about physicists doing stuff like that, right? Physicists make jokes about physicists doing that. It's not an unfair thing to make fun of them for, okay? It's a funny component of their whole deal, right? It's like, okay, and the thing that is the funniest about it, okay, this is the thing that's funniest about it, in my opinion, is that I watched a video where a physicist was doing the most elemental version of this in real time, and it was something like, okay, so because it was explaining why physicists use, what was it like strontium or something? It's some element that I'm not really that familiar with. But why they use it so much in doing testing and things like that. That was an item that dropped, and it did not go into my inventory. So these are... So the items... It's not... Oh my god, we just had two... Oh god, we missed two... Oh. Who are you? We missed two items. That's sad. It's specific to the elemental... Whatchamacallits? The sea serpents, unfortunately. But those I could drag onto shore. The fact that I didn't is on me. These you can't drag to shore, right? Because they can't go on shore. So it makes sense to make it specific to these. There's no reason to disable the fact that you lose loot if you kill something over water. I don't think that's a thing that needs to be disabled. Let's see here. Whoops. What was I saying? Oh, the frictionless plane, or the cow spheres and shit like that. So that's a legitimate like joke that you can make about physicists. The funny thing is that I was watching a video recently where a physicist was doing that in their explanation for like why physicists use this weird random element in a bunch of their testing, and the answer basically turned out to be like, I'm trying to think. I think electrons are in groups of 8 or something like that, right? I think it's like 8 per. It's like 2 per. Is it 2 per side per row, basically, for lack of a better term. So the basic gist was like, okay, so if you look at this thing, it's got like 65 electrons, which is basically like 1 electron. Like, the math is really easy to convert 65 into 1. So since it's basically 1 electron, it's really easy to treat it as if it's hydrogen or something. And it's like, wait, what the fuck are you talking about? 65 and 1 are the same thing. What are you talking? And it's like, it makes sense. That's the thing that's frustrating about it. It's like, it makes perfect sense. It's very reasonable because the math just checks out, right? We have really easy math that allows us to do this thing very easily and get really good estimates using without needing to do anything crazy, right? And the reason is because of like all of the stable elements of it you can account for very easily, and then the unstable element is the one thing, and that's the same number of things that hydrogen has or something like that, right? Again, it was a while ago that I saw the video, and I'm not explaining it well because I don't remember the details that well, but that was the point. The thing is that, like, when you go to like when you go to like a low-level economics class, it's like it's being run by like a theoretical physicist, but like the math doesn't actually just check out nice and convenient. Like, you can't actually just do that. Like, the field is actually a lot more complicated than that, and like supply and demand is not that instructive. So like, there aren't a lot of like really simple there's not a lot of simple mathematical shorthands that you can use that actually give you decent results, because what you're emulating is not like the behavior of like a specific particle on like on a atom, right? Like, you're not looking at like an electron and how it behaves. You're looking at how complex thinking systems behave in like competition and or coordination and cooperation with each other, while subject to like all sorts of things that fall outside of your field of study, right? So like, economics is all about incentives, but human behavior is not all about incentives, and they're trying to predict human behavior. So there's a bunch of like sociology and stuff that you have to get into. There's a bunch of like, economics is a complicated field, and you can do interesting stuff with it.
Nice shot.
But you can't if you treat it like it's physics. Right? Like, treating economics like it's physics is like particle physics is not going to get you good results, because it's just not. It's absolutely just not that. A lot of stuff like is simultaneously not testable and is also not mathematically provable given other rules about the world, right? So it's a math-heavy industry with a very small amount of actual good data in it, which is a tragedy. Anyway, point being, accounting was useful. Economics, eh. If you want to understand economics, read Marx. Don't do that. Don't do that. It's probably incomprehensible. I think I started reading The Conquest of Bread, and was like, do I really want to listen to like a 19th century English translation of an incredibly dry book that the principles of it have been kind of like well understood by large portions of society for a long, long time, and like most of these ideas have percolated through the public? Probably not. You know, like, I feel like theory is most useful for understanding the complex things that are not like particularly intuitive about the way that the world works. And I think that most of the counterintuitive, bizarre elements of the way that the world works are not things that like 18th, 19th century economists knew anything about because they didn't exist yet. Like the stuff that's the stuff that's actually like not what you would expect with regard to like stuff that runs counter to common sense is not the stuff that people like Marx were writing about. Marx is writing about stuff that's pretty much just common sense. So the only thing that like you like are looking for to understand like his critiques of capital is getting through like the dogma of just like trickle down economics and the kind of nonsense that we've been taught over the course of the last like 50 years, which nobody believed prior to that, right? Like nobody believed in trickle down economics. That's an incredibly intuitively stupid idea, right? The idea that even simple stuff like the idea that like that entrepreneurs are somehow like job creators is like obviously intuitively incorrect, right? Like the people who are job creators are consumers. Consumers create jobs, right? The person who owns the business is just the owner of the business, right? It's like, oh, well, if they didn't give capital, then you couldn't run your business. And it's like, well, why do they own the capital? And then you run into, like, the thought-terminating cliches. That's the point where you reach the ideological limit of what most people are willing to, or able to look at, right? It's like, well, how could we not allow people to own capital? It's like, oh, well, because it's not useful. It's not useful for society. So the thing about private ownership of things is that it's very different from personal ownership of things, actually. Right? Like, there's been a conspicuous decision made to refer to your personal property as your private property from the top down. So, like, personal property and private property are different things. So private property is a thing that you are monetizing that you own. So a factory is private property. A house that you are renting to someone else is your private property. You privately own it. It's not for your personal use, right? That is the distinction between private and personal property, right? They are very different things. They have very different implications to them, right? So But the thing is that because we have so strongly like merged the two in our society, there's a huge amount of overlap in the sort of like practical in the world that we live in. There's a huge amount of overlap, right? Where it's like, okay, the personal property that is your house can also be at a whim a source of private capital for you if you just move out of it and start renting it, right? So there's some elements to the two that are like that bleeds between the two, but anyway, so the idea that someone should be able to privately own a factory is something that gets a lot more justifiable. It's very easy to justify it as a default position if you tell people that it's the equivalent of you owning your car or you owning your house or something along those lines, right? When it's really just not. Owning a factory is not really about owning a factory. Owning a factory means that you own the labor that happens in that factory. It doesn't mean that you own a factory in a vacuum. It means you own the value that comes from that factory. And you just have to negotiate a price that laborers are willing to pay to extract value out of them, right? But what you are fundamentally doing is you're taking value that workers have generated, and you're just taking it from them, right? Surplus value is a concept that Marx does talk about, though it's my understanding that like his actual calculations for surplus value are not necessarily that useful. But also, like, hard numbers in economics are not really that interesting or useful. It is more of a vibes-based field. Trying to treat it like particle physics is a mistake. It's not particle physics. You can't treat it that way. It's much more similar to like sociology in that way. Like, sociology has a lot of math in it, but you can't but it's not particle physics. There's a lot more to it than just math. There's deciding what kind of math needs to be done, which you'd have to do with particle physics too, but it's more easy to determine what kind of math you need to do with particle physics. Okay, particle physics is easier than economics. I said it. I don't mean it. I don't think that it's actually easier than economics, but I think it's probably easier to get away with doing good particle physics than it is to get away with doing good economics. I don't remember how I got on that topic. Something about the difference between private and personal property. It's not like an accident that our language, like in modern terms, people do not use the term personal property anymore. Like, people just do not talk about personal property anymore. It's basically been purged from the lexicon. People will just refer to their private property, even when a thing is objectively not their private property. Like, for the most part, a person's car is not private property in any way. There's no way that you can take a car and change it from a personal property to a private property. That's just not a thing you can realistically do with a car. You can do it with a house. You can't do it with a car. But people would not refer to their car as their personal property. They would refer to it as their private property. In almost all circumstances. And that is that is deliberate. That is like what they call in the business manufactured consent. One might refer to it as newspeak, honestly. Like, newspeak is a good way to describe the erasure of... Like, the point of newspeak in 1984 was that it was the erasure of the ability to distinguish between nuanced topics. That's what it is. Newspeak exists to kill the distinction between things, right? And to basically make it so that critical thinking is massively harder because you just don't have the language, and we think in language, right? That's the way that we think of things is to greater or lesser degrees, right? Using the language and vocabulary that we have. And if you take two different things and you call them the same thing, then any discussion of one of those things that doesn't also discuss the other thing becomes a lot harder. It becomes a lot harder to talk about private property if people think that their house and their car and their Beanie Babies and their vibrators are private property. If people think those are private property, you can't talk about private property without people having an emotional response that's tied to something that has nothing to do with private property. Right? Again, personal property and private property are meaningfully very distinct terms. They don't reference similar things. And so, like, there's obviously, like, there's some overlap, right? Like, again, when it comes to someone's house, there's meaningful overlap between the mixed private personal use of a house, right? There could be meaningful complaints from like people who own a house about like if you were to say abolish private property, then people who own a house can realistically say like, okay, well, what does that mean for me? Because I actually do have property that could be private, right? And then the answer to that is complicated, and you have to get into, the details and stuff like that, right? But if someone's just like, okay, well, we should abolish, like, certain types of private property, or this, that, or the other thing, the fact that people think of all of their stuff as private property makes it just so much harder to work through it, because it's just like, oh, so you want to steal my Beanie Babies, and it's like, I don't care about your Beanie Babies, I care about the factory. The factory is the thing that I care about. Like, people will talk about, like, oh, communal ownership of the means of production, and it's like, okay, so what you're saying is that you want the entire village to own my Beanie Babies, and it's like, no, I don't want the entire village to own your Beanie Babies. What the hell are you talking about? I don't know why I'm stuck on Beanie Babies. It's also funny because people, like, financially, like, invest in Beanie Babies. They're not capital. You can't work a Beanie Baby, but they are something that people use as an investment vehicle, so it's just kind of a funny thing to use as an example of personal property. But I don't have any qualms about calling them that. They're not capital. They're not private property. Okay, we probably do need... I feel like private property does need to have a more... I feel like private property doesn't require that it be... I feel like there is a useful distinction between rentiering and capital ownership. So rentiering is basically, this is my land and I'm renting your ability to stand on it, right? Which is related to like things like factories, but isn't really quite the same thing. Because the thing that you're renting isn't just the ability to stand on the property, you're renting the ability to work the property, right? To make the productivity that is latent within the property real, right? That's what a laborer is like paying for. You might say, how is a laborer paying for access? And the answer is because they just objectively are. A laborer is paying for access because their labor is owned by the capitalist. Right? The thing that they have made is owned by the person who owns the factory by default. They're selling the entirety of their labor. And then they are given a stipend back from the person who has taken the complete value of their labor, and they're given back some portion of their labor that is always less than what they have done, right? That is definitionally a profit-seeking entity will always pay their workers less than the value of their labor. That's just definitionally true. If you've made a profit, you're paying less than the labor of your employees is worth. Because it's important to remember the workable factory has no actual value without a laborer to work it. There's none. There's no value in a factory that doesn't have any workers. That can hypothetically change as like we get more automation, but in practice, automation is basically just a force multiplier on labor. It doesn't replace the labor relationship. So let's say that you replace all of your workers except for one service technician who services all of the machines on the floor, right? That one service technician who is responsible for making sure that your machines work, they are generating all of the value that those machines generate because it's their labor that allows those machines to work, right? That's what they are there for, right? Now, you could argue that the people who made the machines have some value there as well, etc., etc. It's complicated. We can get back into the accounting of how that works, you know, that like on a theoretical basis in other ways, right? But at its core, all value comes from labor. It just does. There just really isn't any way to have value that's laborless.
No room. No room. No room.
We've almost finished this exterior.
No room.
I just realized that we have access to Light GM, I think. I just realized. Where are you? I love how the Fool knows Ancient Weapon expertise. It's actually very on brand. Like in a setting like this, there's often gonna be some like other behind the the one on the South Island, yeah. It's like a door in the back. Yeah. Oh. Can't get GM? Oh, that's Path of Light. I can read. I can read. Don't you judge me. Okay, nailed it. But I've been really enjoying the I Was a Teenage Exocolonist game. I think they did an excellent job. The writing's very solid. The like, I feel like some of like the like politics of how you interact with like the like leadership and how, like that kind of stuff is a little like but it's also like it's not like bad. It's just like a little like really, and it makes sense given what the game is, right? It's like fundamentally, it's a game about like, being an exocolonist and like growing up as an exocolonist, right? Which is very fun. I really enjoy the way that the game goes through. A lot of the times, like a character is very static in a game. Like particularly like your protagonist is off. Like their relationship with society is pretty static, even when like their relationship with society shouldn't necessarily be static. Like Skyrim's like the obvious example of like, okay, well, I'm the leader of the Thieves Guild, and I'm the leader of the Mage Guild, and I'm like the savior of the world, and I'm this and I'm that, and also almost nobody cares about any of that, and nobody has any idea who I am, even though I've literally run every organization in the damn country, right? Like, there's like incidental recognition of that periodically, but nothing like systemic. And one of the things is like, well, because player choices are going to be different, it's hard to say, like, it's hard to like account for how your character's place in society changes over time, right? That's hard to account for in a game like this, because this is like fundamentally a time management game, like kind of like Persona style if like you didn't have the dungeons or whatever. But like it's a time management game, but the thing that's interesting is that in most time management games it takes place over a couple of years within like a specific thing. This game starts when you're 10 and goes until you're 20. And fun fact, when you're 10, you are a child. Like, you're not a teenager, you're not a young adult, you are a child. Like, very clearly a child. Your relationship to society is different when you're 10 and when you're honestly 12 and when you're 13 and when you're 15. So like when you're 10, your relationship to society is defined by the fact that you're a kid. When you're 13, you're still mostly a kid, but there's some elements of like responsibility that is expected of you. When you're 15, you are treated not really as a kid anymore. You're treated as almost like a pseudo adult. Like a teenager is the things that the way people treat teenagers isn't like an adult, but it's also not like how they treat kids, right? Like little kids, like an 8-year-old, are treated fundamentally differently than a 13-year-old is treated. And then by the time you're 15, all of the like child treatment is probably gone, and now they're treating you like a teenager, right? Which is again a different thing. And then by the time you're 20, you're a young adult, right? And maybe, some of that hits at 17, and maybe some of it hits at 19, and maybe some of it doesn't hit until you're 35, right? Like, this is just how, like, our complicated relationships within society work. But because of the fact that you have this built-in dynamic. By the way, we are done here because we've actually got to go to 8 now. We can actually just TP to there from Murmurwoods. And then we're in the right continent. Do we have a dungeon to do? We completed this dungeon. Did we complete? I think we completed all the Murmurwoods dungeons, right? Ooh! We're ready to go to a new location in 8. So I'll just finish up the thought and then I'll think about where we're going to go in 8. It's very interesting to play a game that has a built-in progression of your relationship to the rest of the world fundamentally shifting, and everyone around you having their relationship with the world fundamentally shifting over time, and seeing how that plays out. And I won't give spoilers on any of the details of that, but built into the premise of going from age 10 to age 20 is this idea of fundamental changes in your relationship with the world, and pairing that with a management simulator where you're like, doing all the things that are implicit in the management simulator, and you're making decisions that have permanent consequences on the way that you grow and develop, is interesting when it's also paired with like, yeah, man, I don't care how high your stats are, you are 11. And people just treat you different when you're 11. This persuade check is not a DC 30 because you're 11. This is not a persuade check that you can make because you're 11. And that's just D&D terms. That's not a mechanic in game that I'm describing. But like, a 10-year-old can't make all the same persuade checks that an adult can make. Or even that a teenager can make, right? Anyway, it's just interesting. We're gonna go buy something. That's Hour of Power. Wait. We can't buy it. It costs 600 grand. We don't have the. We have so many copies of Hour of Power available. Oh, I would love to pick that up. I actually have this fairly serious question here. Did I pick up that spell? I haven't picked it up. I'm gonna pick up Summon Wisp. And my somewhat serious question is, should I allow myself at some point to use Summon Wisp to really just break shit? Because like, think of how broken it would be to have the ability for my party who cannot take a hit to just summon some wisps and fight as a result, like just getting into, like, I think that might be a really fun thing to do, but I don't know how many dungeons I should be allowed to use it for is the issue. Because like, that's going to be way too strong. Like, that's going to be game-endingly strong to have Summon Wisp available to us. I feel like that's going to really break shit. So the question becomes like, maybe we only let ourselves use it for maps. I could see a world where we let ourselves use it for maps, but not for other types of dungeons. That might be interesting. Or just if we run into a dungeon that's just a pain in the ass and I don't want to deal with it, maybe we just use Summon Wisp. I don't even know. Like, we're far enough in the game now that I don't know, but we'll have to think about it. Because kind of the whole point of this run is how overpowered the casters are, and it feels like a shame to not use summons, which is like one of the most outrageously overpowered things.
We don't need it.
For like,
We don't need
certainly for someone like me, right? Like, being able to play around with, like, okay, I only have to deal with like incidental shots to me and things like that. Like, that could go real crazy real fast. So
Leave it.
I don't know. That might be fun to do at some point. We picked up the spell, and
Leave it.
we can figure out when we want to. Oh, I don't hate it. I don't love it. It's reduce all damage taken by 10%, and its accuracy and luck. I think we have kind of garbage They have kind of garbage boots, so that might be an upgrade, even though it doesn't really have stats that I need in particular. I'm not sure who I would give this to. It would be this would be very, very useful to put onto Cassowary, but Cassowary can't wear boots. So, but that's it's so funny. How much gear are we gonna find that's just gonna be like, look at this item. Okay, I'm looking at this item. It's got 140 accuracy, 125 luck. It's high tier. It has an amazing legendary effect that reduces all damage taken by 10%, stacks with other types of effects. Like, this is just like a super crazy good item. And I look at it and I go, I guess I could probably figure out a way to use it. Like, playing the casters is like breaks your frame of reference completely. It's very funny. It's like, hey, you guess it's fine. I mean, it's got a really cool, powerful effect, and like it's got the, blah, blah, but like, fucking whatever. Okay, like, yeah, it's got some bullshit on it, but whatever. Anyway, moving right along. So now we need to figure out where we're going. Can we sell enough stuff? There's no way we can sell enough stuff to actually be able to use this. What we're going to do, actually, is we're going to put down Lloyd's Beacon again. We're going to recast our beacon here, just standing right in front of the place. And now I need to figure out where we're going to go. We have a few options. The most obvious place to go would be to go to Alvar. Actually, we might or might not. Give me a second. Did Merge make Soul Drinker hard to get? No, right? Like, Soul Drinker is just Soul Drinker. It's just like, okay, you can just pick it up off a vendor. I guess I'm not gonna be able to buy it because I don't have the money for it. Now that I think about it, I should figure out how much it costs. Let's see. Yes and no. I love that. I love that. Dark Grasp. It's a very helpful. It's a very helpful answer. Unfortunately, we did not get the thing we were looking for there, so I'm just gonna reload back because I like advanced time and a bunch of shit. So, let's see. Oh, interesting. So is it like accessible in the Might and Magic 6 Dark Guild, but not the others then? Is that let's see. Oh, that's kind of an odd choice, right? I guess it's just 'cause that is an odd choice. Like, considering the dark and light magic are very normal spell types in. I guess it kind of makes sense considering you can't get GM until you get to Regna, but it's not. It seems like an odd choice to me personally. Do we want to go to Alvar? I don't think we do. I think it'll be funnier to go to Alvar if we have Soul Drinker first. So I kind of want to wait on Soul Drinker before going to Alvar, not because we need it or because it's because other options are easier, but specifically because I think it'll be really funny to go deal with the wasps with Soul Drinker. If we have Prismatic Ray and Soul Drinker and Inferno, I think that sounds very funny, and I want to do that. I think that those just be too funny to pass up as like a meme, basically. So I want to do that. So we're not going to go after the wasps first. Yes, in 6 you can go anywhere you want, which personally I think is... I think it's superior. I don't think that story locking locations makes a lot of sense for this kind of a game. 6 had a unique property to it that I think was very cool, which is the ability to just like go wander off into like the void and get like these insane things to happen, like getting like, you know, getting all of like the dark magic shit and stuff like that before you do anything that you're supposed to be doing. I really appreciate that in RPGs, like exploring, certainly RPGs where you're doing a lot of exploring, and I miss it when it's not there. We finished everything on Daggerwood, right? Let's see. But it's also interesting, like, it's interesting and unusual that they decided to add Armsmaster to Freehaven, but they tried to make it harder to get access to, like, the dark spells. Right? Like, especially since Shrapmetal is, like, the famously overpowered spell, not Soul Drinker. Like, it's just kind of an odd choice. Maybe they thought that the melees needed the help. Do we want to go to Shadowspire? Wait, the top spell of every school is in... Oh, that's weird. Yeah, so that's just an explicit attempt to, like... Wait, fly? But it's also available in Freehaven. That is bonkers to me. That is a wild choice to make. So, like, Might and Magic 6 is just the best place because everything's in the first city that's important to get to that you just need to walk to. That's wild. I don't know why someone would do that. Trying to make things more like Might and Magic 7 is not a good thing. Might and Magic 7 locking everything behind choosing your path was bad, actually. That was a choice that was not a strong component of 7. 7 has strong points. Locking Celeste in the pit so you just can't go there until you start the quest line is not one of the strong points. That's a weak point of it. But at least there, like, I guess the Grandmaster Earth Guild is there, right? I think in the pit. So, like, there's a few things that are locked in Celeste in the pit that are unfortunate. But there's not a ton locked in there. Anyway, that being the case, we have 10 minutes left. Where are we going? Are we going to go to Shadowspire, or Ravage Roaming. It would be nice... Okay, we've completed the priest quest here, so we've actually completed 2, so the only place that we're missing is 7. We've completed 2 for you, so the only thing we're missing is 7. You have a bunch of extra HP because I just completed the night quest. Yes. You are not an Elder Lich, so the Lich quest we can actually turn in right now. So we could actually make you an Elder Lich like that. That would also let us make you an Elder Master of the Elements, because that's also Lich. So doing the Lich quest, the Vampire quest we can't do right now. We need to get to Ravage Roaming to do Goose. So Goose can't, but we would be able to get these 2 both promoted, which would be nice. And is there any disadvantage to doing that zone? Probably not, necessarily. It's just going to be harder than a lot of the other places that we would be going to. Both the exterior area and the dungeons are going to be fairly difficult, I think. If we go to Ravage Roaming, I think we just do Shadowspire. I think that's just the right play. So we're gonna pop out of Ravenshore, and what do we get access to that's new in Shadowspire? Is there anything that we get right now? I don't know that there is. You know what? It's Sunday, and you know what they say about Sunday? It is a fun day. We're heading to the arena, and we're gonna get the level 4 done. So that we actually have a lot of Endless Arena to do. I think we might do Endless Arena first next time, because this is gonna be silly. Wait, is this an indoor zone? Oh my god, this is considered indoors. I can use Inferno in here? Oh my goodness. Well. We have not done Endless Arena in such a long time. That took 2 hits to kill that thing. I wonder how hard these would hit me for. This is so silly. This is so silly. Let's see. Right, what am I doing? No, I was gonna right-click on an enemy. This has... Oh, this does no damage at all. Okay, yeah, we're... Okay, next. How far do we think we can get on this without needing to, Honestly, I can just do the next Endless Arena, right? I can just probably get myself up to, like, level 15 without even leaving, I think. So, we should probably just, like, get ourselves up to Endless Arena 10, and then... Swift Inferno Bat dies, we loot the Swift Inferno Bat. Ooh, Patrol Cube. And I shouldn't get too cocky. Okay? Like, there is such a thing as too cocky. We... are very squishy.
Who wants some?
And we also are very vulnerable to reflectors. Look at that. Look how many attacks that took.
I have too much.
Have we run out of inventory space? Oh. Well, shit. That's not good. Okay. We're gonna clear out our inventory rather than
No room.
keep doing this because I would like to have inventory space. Actually, you know what? We'll do a couple more levels. It's fine. Okay, that gives us 2 slots for big things. There we go. That should get us where we're going for the next level or two. And you just can't save in the arena at all, right?
Where is the enemy?
It would be really nice to be able to save in between thingers.
Where'd we get that one?
Who's next?
Not a ton.
Where'd we get that?
Unfortunately, the enemies at the back are a little too far away. How much damage do you do? About 1,500. That's nowhere near lethal. Rude.
Nice shot.
He got killed by the toxic cloud that was already flying around. Oh, that's funny.
Nice shot.
You know, I feel like maybe we took a bit too long to get here. Maybe we should have come here earlier. Just maybe. Maybe. No, I can't put my finger on it, but something's telling me
Nice shot.
that we might be a little over-prepared, you know?
Who wants some?
Boom. Okay, we have another pack incoming. We took a hit. Oh,
Who wants some?
didn't get a chance to regenerate. Oh no. Okay, we completed level 5. We'll do one more level. And then we will call it, just because we're out of time for the day. I think we could get up to 10 pretty easily, but I don't imagine there would be a lot of risk in that, but...
Who's next?
How much money do we have? We have like 300 grand. Oh, that didn't kill you.
Beats me.
Well, that's concerning. Okay, we need to run forward to trigger these to die. What's that character? Oh, jeez. Wait, are you melees too? No. You have ranged attacks. You have like melee AI with ranged attacks or something crazy like that, I think. Oh, that's a Brood Lord!
No room. There isn't any room. No.
Oh, that was too funny. Oh my goodness.
No room.
Oh, I
There isn't
love
any
it.
room.
Oh man, what an way to end stream. You know, what'd be even funnier is if I were to somehow die and lose all that loot that we just got. That was too good. Weird. This is the second set of them. So that was a non-crit for 7k. It's pretty good. Come on, give me another brood!
Want some?
Lord.
Nice shot. Who wants some? Who wants some? Who's next?
8,420 is a lot of damage.
Got it.
Who wants some?
Wait, do you regen more than you... Oh, wait. Oh, I think you might... Oh, you actually, I think, lifesteal more... Drain more than you take to cast it. We are actually going to need to pump Ascension on that character. We actually are at the position where we can pump Ascension on Goose. Okay, so what day is it? It's Friday. We are going to Lloyd's Beacon out of here. Never mind, we're not going to Lloyd's Beacon out of here. Can we town portal out of here? Yes, we can. Okay, perfect. So we can just teleport to Ravenshore. If you go back out the entrance, you take a bunch of extra time, so... Cool beans. We now have... Honestly? Okay, we actually have one more thing that I think I want to do before we end. I'm going to take a look at our inventory. See if we got... Ooh! Leech restores mana instead of HP, but at half effect on a two-handed axe.
Jump.
Do we want to
This item's weak.
edit that item?
We don't need
That
it.
item will need to be edited to have all of the effects that we need on it. Am I willing to... I think that I would want to put this on a different style of item, honestly. I think I want this on a ring, if I can get on a ring. This is not... This doesn't work on this item without heavily editing the item. So I don't think we want to do that. So what we're going to do is we are going to
Quiet room, you say?
wait until dawn. We are going to go to the polished shield. And we have some armor to sell. That we simply do not need. And now, I believe we can go back to Murmur Woods. Why was I in the air? That's a totally different location. Wait, what the fuck? That's not where I put the thing.
Magical knowledge.
Okay, Hour of Power. We don't have Hour of Power, correct? Summon Wisp, Day of the Gods, Destroy Undead, Day of Protection, Light Bolt, Dispel Magic. We're picking up Hour of Power.
Magical knowledge.
So, this effect will cap out fairly quickly. We're almost to the point where it caps out, or we might actually be past the point that it caps out. I think we're maybe at the point that it caps out. I think it caps out at around 60. So, we currently have 65 skill. So, if I were to cast Hour of Power, this reserves 42% of my HP, and I don't have that much HP to play with. We're an Elder Archangel right now. And we have Enlightenment up to Grand Mastery already. So, we can't maintain all three of these, yes? Okay, what if I take my thing off? I want to check what happens if I take this off. What was it? It's boots. Yes. So, we have 15% mana if we do this. So it is better to do it via HP, but unfortunately, even via HP, we still don't have enough to get all of these off. However, if we get the next promotion level, we can deactivate Day of Protection. We don't actually need it. We can equip Hour of Power instead. So this gives Haste, Shield, Stone Skin, and Fate. That actually doesn't give me as many effects as I would have thought. So maybe not. We actually will just leave the Haste. Because we have Haste cast by what, you? No, it's cast by Raven. And Raven is barely maintaining that at all. And then... So I picked up Hour of Power for extreme price and don't think I actually need it. Bless is attack. Junglefowl has Fate active. Yeah, funnily enough, I don't think we actually need that because it's too expensive to justify. Yeah, we are maintaining Fate. Oh, actually, we're maintaining Fate, so we would be this would be 10% less than what it is right now because we're already maintaining Fate. Goose is maintaining Preservation. All right. Who's maintaining that? Region is being maintained by Goose. Goose can probably stop maintaining that, I think. This is 20% of my mana reserved, so let's... Actually, but I am regenning enough. I think I'm going to leave that on for now. We're going to see how much of my mana comes from meditation. We have GM meditation, so we can get a lot back from meditate, but we'll just have to see. So that's going to be it for today. Next time, we will be going back to the arena. That's the goal tomorrow, is we're going to just plow through a bunch of endless arenas, get a bunch of that done. I think that'll be a good time. We can get a lot of progress and have a good time with it. So that's going to be it for today. Thank you everyone for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure. And I hope to see you again tomorrow when we will be doing just a boatload of arena. I'm hoping that we can complete a decent bit. I'm hoping we can complete at least 20 levels of arena tomorrow. I don't know that we can, but that's my hope. Later,